Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Hey there everybody, good morning. It's Saturday, July 16th, 2022, and you are watching, as that guy just said, Runway DFW live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Well, this is the second busiest airport in the world, and we're here to bring you all the action we can on this really pleasant Saturday morning. It is, according to our official thermometer, 79 degrees. Now, while that may sound like a lot to a lot of you, it has been like 100 degrees every afternoon here for the last, 2 weeks. Seems like all month. So it's very pleasant this morning. That's kind of why we are here with you early in the morning, at least Texas time. We know it's approaching lunchtime in Europe. And so wherever you may be, we're so glad you could join us on Runway DFW. Well, we've got one innovation here today. We've got 3 cameras, none of which appear to be in great, well, 2 of which appear to be not in great focus. I think it's because it's still kind of dark here. There's this one, which is kind of pointing south towards the, you can kind of get an overview of the DFW Founders Plaza here. You can see in the background the UPS cargo hub. Got this one pointed towards Terminal D, and that will sharpen up as soon as we get a little more light here. And then we've got our main camera. We see a United jet coming across the bridge, ready for takeoff. Where will it be going? I'm going to guess Denver. Let's take a look here on the old radar. Yep, that's going to Denver. That one we just saw. What we've got coming in now is an American Eagle flight, our first incoming flight of the morning. Coming in from Columbia, American Eagle Flight 3177, operated by SkyWest Airlines, Mitsubishi CRJ 701ER. You know what else we have this morning? And I'll get that to you in just a second here. Let me lock this down. We've got our old friend the moon looking down over us here at DFW Airport. Not quite full, it's kind of waning or waxing. What do they call it? Waxing or waning? I'm not sure what they call it, the moon. But there it is, high overhead. Our exposure is trying to compensate for... It says, what is this? Is this bright or is it dark? The moon, ladies and gentlemen. So now, what have we got here?
Park 1A left cleared for takeoff, left 287.
Alaska Airlines Flight 287, making the turn south on runway 18 left. 737-900. This one is headed towards Seattle. So headed to the Great Northwest. Sorry to say, we did have a couple of interesting aircraft that we weren't able to bring you as we were setting up. We had a Cargo Lux 747 Queen of the Skies headed out to, I believe it was, now I'm losing track, I think that was to Atlanta. And we had a venerable MD-11 UPS cargo coming in. And I didn't see where that was from. Probably from Louisville, though. Here's that United jet coming in the morning light. This one's headed to Denver also. It's United 557, an Airbus A320. And this one just barely made it into the 21st century, from dating back to October of 2000. And it, of course, is sporting the older livery without the larger United text on the side of the plane, on the side of the fuselage. And you're probably wondering, Walt, are we going to see that big A380 this morning? And no, we don't see that in the morning time, unfortunately, here at DFW. That comes in later in the day, when there is, that's the British Airways A380 coming in from London. The only super jumbo we get here at DFW Airport. There is one of the radar towers and a gigantic American flag for scale. I mean, you know, that tower is probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, 7 stories tall. So you can only imagine how big that flag is. It is, it indicates that the wind is coming in very gently from the south. I would say at, I don't know, let's see what the official airport radar says, or the, hang on a second, 79 degrees, wind coming in at 9 miles an hour from the south-southeast. So those are the weather conditions. It's pretty clear. If we pull out a little bit here, you can see the sun, where the sun is about to rise in, I don't know, about 5 minutes. We're coming to you, as always, from DFW Founders Plaza, which is on the northwest side of this massive aeronautical complex. And let's see, got some people checking in. Got Sam Richardson. Hello, Walt. How are you? I'm pretty good. We have been unable to come to you from this spot. I guess it's been a week now. Mainly because of the weather and some other things. I can't get away as easily in the morning as I have been, because I take my grandson to school or to daycare every day. And so that puts the mornings right out, because then I've got to go to work. And the afternoons have been so hot, as I said before, it's been about 100 or more, I think, pretty much all month. Yesterday may have been an exception. It may have been up to like 98 or 99. Spotting TV, hello and good morning from Dusseldorf in Germany, just preparing lunch in the kitchen. So thank you, Daniel. I hope you're having a good lunch. Kick back a little bit. And Daniel's enjoying the morning light here as he has lunch. We'd bring you some airplanes right now. I see an airplane right now. It's about to enter into your stream here. This is coming in on the east side. It's from Indianapolis. American Flight 2782, 737-800. And we won't see too much of it before it disappears, but we'll give you some early morning aircraft action there. And that's about all we can see of that. And who was it? Sam was asking, can you zoom in on those statues, or them statues? What are they? Well, let me see. We have multiple camera technology available this morning. So we don't have to zoom in. We can switch cameras here as soon as I get camera 1 lined up. And there it is. It's a statue, or it's a set of statues of children playing or pretending to be airplanes here, just kind of frolicking in the park, and it's really cool. And behind it you can see the UPS cargo hub. We've got, as far as I can see, we've got 2 MD-11s hanging out there, one of which came in before we went on the air. UPS operates a bunch of these, at least out of here. Most of them are going to and from Louisville, where UPS has its primary cargo facility. And if you see a bounce in the picture every now and again, I'm seeing it. I think that's from the radar, or from radar here. I don't see it all the time, but maybe I'm in a place where the radar is giving us a little interference. So that picture bounce may be a result of that. And Spotting TV is giving us a tip. We like tips from our fellow plane spotters. He says to include plane spotting additionally into your description of the stream for more viewers. I will make note of that. That's an American Airlines flight coming in from Austin, Texas, the capital of our gigantic state. 737-800. The operations here today are what I would call normal, with the planes coming in from the north and taking off towards the south because of the Sorry about that noise there. I'm trying to get the mic adjusted correctly. The prevailing wind is from the south, and that means that the takeoffs are from the north, and the landings are coming in from the north. Sam wants to know, are there any big planes today? Well, again, before we went on the air, we did see a Cargo Lux go out. Cargo Lux 747. And we're sorry we missed that for you, but it was a little too dark for our stream. We've got to start when the sun comes up. And speaking of the sun coming up, this is one of the things we like when we begin our day with you. Good morning to you, Wheel in a Chair. Happy to have you with us on Runway DFW on this early Saturday morning in North Texas. If you're new to our little shindig and you like what you're seeing, we hope you will like and subscribe to Runway DFW. That helps us find new viewers like you, and we invite you to share what you see with others who are of a like mind. And if you want to support us, there's a couple of ways to do that. You can go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw and leave us a tip, a contribution to our efforts, help us pay for our streaming, buy me a cup of coffee, whatever. And you can also leave a super chat here in the chat room. So we hope you will do those things to help us live long and prosper here at Runway DFW. And you're not missing any aircraft activity as far as takeoffs and landings right now. So we just thought we'd bring you a little bit of the sunrise here on July 16th. Going to be another scorcher, going to be up above 100 later today. 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And for those of you in the rest of the world, that means 100 is about 38 degrees Celsius. We do have a departure for you now. And this is going to be American Airlines Flight 1579 to Chicago O'Hare. Where is it, you say? There it is.
Tower American 1579, hold short 18 left, ready for departure. American 1579, RNAV Park, clear for takeoff 18 left.
If you're new to Runway DFW, welcome. You will note that most of what you'll see as far as aircraft go will be American or American Eagle aircraft, because those two carriers dominate the landscape here at DFW. They've got about 85% of the passenger traffic between them. And American Eagle exclusively occupy 3 of the 5 terminals here. So I feel I've got to explain that again every now and again. American also has its headquarters here, as does Envoy Air, which operates many of the American Eagle flights. So I'd started to look through the list of departures here to see if we had anything interesting coming up as far as big jets. And not seeing anything through about 9 o'clock. That's departures. Let me look at the arrivals. Seems like it's going to be kind of a quiet morning here. At 8:40, however, which is, well, we've got a couple hours to go to that. We've got Nippon Cargo Airlines, NCA. With a yeah, they've got a 747 scheduled for 8:40, and that would be an arrival, so that'll be nice. Okay, we've got something to look forward to in the 8 o'clock hour here. And there you see on the right, there's a plane spotter with a, looks like a tripod set up there under the canopy, which is a good place to be when it gets hot late in the afternoon. Flugelschaft is alerting us to a Dreamliner coming in from Kahului, Maui, in Hawaii. So we'll be on the lookout for that. And we say good morning to Bill Caldum. And Flugelschaft also saying Thomas, also saying greetings from Berlin and enjoying the sunrise. With Spotting TV saying nature is an awesome painter. So let's check the skies, see what we can bring you here. Indeed, the morning flight from Maui is now on final approach. There's some plane spotters with their folding chairs there in the foreground. Now we've got a dirty bird alert there from the radio traffic. You see two aircraft. I think that one in the rear is I think headed to the east side. So completing its 6 hour and 46-minute journey from the Isle of Maui is American Airlines Flight 6, a 5-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner. There's another radar installation here and there in the background. Now coming in from Killeen, Texas, on a 31-minute jaunt, we're going to see American Eagle Flight 3760, operated by Envoy Air in Embraer 175. Now just not too terribly far away from us. Not quite as big as Dreamliner. This is a 6-year-old Embraer 175 LR. Our next arrival is going to be American Airlines Flight 2272 from Oklahoma City, just north of Texas. But I don't see. This looks like. This is not what I just described. This looks like it's coming in on 18 left, which is normally the takeoff runway. And we see that occasionally when 18 right is not available. That was American Eagle Flight 3647 An Embraer 145LR coming in from Abilene after a 34-minute jaunt. Abilene is in Texas. And next we'll see the Oklahoma City flight. Looks like there's something on that lens that's needs to be cleaned off. I'll have to get my lens cloth. There's like a blur there in the lower right hand side of that lens. It's not up to our Runway DFW standards. Alright, here comes the flight from Oklahoma City, which is a 737. And yes, again, it's American Airlines. If you like American Airlines, this is the place to be. We do tend to get a lot of silhouettes here at this time of day. And yes, that too came in on runway 18 right, or 18 left, I'm sorry. So I'm guessing we won't be seeing any takeoffs here in the near future on 18 left. I was looking for my little lens cloth. That splotch on this camera is bothering me. Oh, I know where my lens cloth is. There. Please stand by. I'll spare you the view of my wiping the lens. See if that looks any better. Oh yeah, that's better. That's a little action camera, a little cheapo action camera that I got for our third camera. That looks a lot better. Soylent Andy wants to know, anyone know what cheap Chinese scanner he is using? If he's talking about me, I'm using a vintage Radio Shack scanner, which at one time I worked at Radio Shack part-time to help pay for my son's college expenses. And so I was able to buy things at discount. So I got I think technically it's a NASCAR Radio Shack scanner, which I've acoustically coupled to our secondary microphone. Peter B. is saying, greetings, Walton, everyone from Australia. But we're so happy to have you with us from down under, where, if I'm not mistaken, it's pretty late in the evening. So welcome on in to Runway DFW, Peter B. And we have Adam H. Who's joining us from Sweden? Hello, Adam H. Lunchtime in your neck of the woods, I would imagine. I'm hearing the sound of propellers. Bill called him saying, a long time since I've heard the name Radio Shack. Yes, it still exists. You can still go to the Radio Shack website. I think they're trying to sell Bitcoin now or some such. And who else is here? We've got Lauren Wilson saying hello. Hello to you, Lauren. Glad to have you with us at Runway DFW. Wow, it's gotten quiet here, hasn't it? But as I said, I do hear propellers. And so I think in a moment we'll be seeing a small cargo plane coming out of the vicinity of the from behind where UPS is stationed. We do have a plane that's coming in. I will pre-announce it now. It's American Flight 4046 from Amarillo. That's actually American Eagle Flight from Amarillo. It'll be an Embraer 175. But since it's still hanging around, let's take a look at our friend the moon. Have you seen those pictures from the Webb Space Telescope? Aren't those incredible? And just kind of jaw-dropping images from a million miles away. At least that's where the telescope is. I guess you can kind of see them. Oh no, that's not. Yeah, that is the moon in that shot, I think. Is it? Well, what do we have here? Coming in from Amarillo. Did I say? Oh, I already announced that one. We just haven't seen it yet. Well, I'll fix that. I think. There it is. So that was the flight from Amarillo coming in. So many cameras to pick from there. Can you hear that little propeller plane spinning around? I can hear it, but I can't see it. I don't know if it's just warming up or if it's going to be making an appearance. Don't see it on the radar. Adam H is suggesting perhaps it's engine testing. Well, our next incoming flight is from Wichita, Kansas. It's American Airlines flight 2862. This will be an A319. We see a few of those come and go here. Got another regional flight coming in, this one from the town of Waco in Texas, in central Texas. It's an Embraer 145 LR. It has been in the air for all of 26 minutes. Waco's not that far down the road from here. And here it comes. Okay, we've got a Dreamliner alert coming in from Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's American Flight 962. It's just entering our airspace now. We won't be seeing it for another 10 or 11 minutes or so, I guess. Still hearing that buzzing. Martin Theiss, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Martin. The A319 is known as the baby bus, the baby Airbus in the trade. Oh, Louis DeHaan saying aircraft types C-208, a Cessna 208 Caravan moving on the ground, and I do see it now. It is moving quite quickly, I would say. Or it was, as it pulled out. There it is. This is one of a number of small cargo planes that come in and out here. Seems to be in a hurry. Is it just going to take off there on 18? It's not on the runway yet, is it? No. And then it's just It's just trucking. It's like it's like going to take off to the east almost. I can't honestly say I've seen an aircraft move laterally that quickly across the main runways. Looks like it's going over to the east side for takeoff, wherever its final destination may be. There you see, got some special livery there. That's the American Airlines Reno Air livery. American, to relieve us of the sea of red and white tails, outfits a number of its planes in retro or special liveries. I think they call this a heritage livery, paying homage to the many airlines which have gone into making up American Airlines. Here comes another regional flight, this one from, well, I couldn't catch it. This is an Amera flight.
Again, flight 1546. Departure 1662 today.
Don't have a destination on this one. It's a Beechcraft, or a beach. And where did I lose it? I lost it. It's a Beech 1900C. This one's going to Lubbock in Texas. And this is definitely one of the older aircraft we'll see today. This one dates back to 1985. So this aircraft is waiting for this one. It's coming in from Manhattan, Kansas. It's American Eagle Flight 3297. The venerable CRJ 701ER. I don't know if we'll be able to catch it. There's some parallel landings happening on the east side, way on the right side of your screen. Did we lose it? Well, there's the other one. They've got three parallel north-south runways over on the east side, and quite often you'll see planes coming in parallel. even closer than that. Our next arrival here on this side of the airport. Well, actually, we just got a takeoff here. I think I lost it. There it went. That was that Ameriflight we saw just a moment ago. I don't have time to switch, so we'll just pan over to that one. Where'd that plane from Sao Paulo go? Well, we do have a heavy coming in now. This one's going to be American Flight 115 from Honolulu. And this is going to be a 777. It's going to be a 23-year-old 20th century 777-223ER. So here comes the big bird for you on Runway DFW. I remember we were talking earlier about the flight from Sao Paulo, and I believe that's it, coming in on the east side. Generally arrives here on the west side, but today we're getting an exception. So that's a Dreamliner from Brazil, and because of the sun, we're getting it at in a silhouette form.
Line up and wait, 17 right.
I hear some more buzzing. I think we've got another small aircraft coming in. We're about to see a flight from Anchorage shortly. Alton Kukik says, how long will you be live? We started at 6:15. We'll probably go till at least 9 Central Time, maybe a little longer. Daniela is checking in from the Czech Republic. She says, I'm a woman on a wheelchair from Prague. We're so happy you could find us and hang out with us here at Runway DFW. Thank you, Daniela. Glad to have you with us. And Daryl Slynn is saying good morning from sunny England, if I got that spelling correct. I know, depending on the device, it's hard to type in. Here's the American Airlines flight from Alaska. Anchorage, to be specific.
Without delay, cross 18 right and 18 left at Yankee, ground point 65 top of the bridge, 754 heavy. Final arrival is out about 8 minutes out for 17 left.
There's a 777 headed over to from the American Airlines hangar area here on the west side over to the terminals for its next assignment. And if we swing around here, we'll see a flight, American Eagle flight coming in from Corpus Christi in Texas, down on the Gulf Coast. And that was a CRJ 900ER, if you're keeping score. This is a Cessna 208B Super Cargo Master. It's headed to Abilene in Texas. And it's another oldie. It's 31 years old. 20th century aircraft. As we swing around to greet American Flight 2342 coming in from San Antonio, Texas. There's your Super Cargo Master.
wait, American 2627.
Well, we finally got some takeoffs happening here on the north side. Or on the west side, I should say. And we have a... Is that a new subscriber? I couldn't tell. Couldn't see the alert, sorry. But if you're a new subscriber, welcome. This is American Flight 2627. It's an A321 headed out to San Diego, California. As we get a flight coming in from Austin. Another flight coming in from Austin, Texas. The 737 touching down. American 1632. And I think that's going to be the Dreamliner from Sao Paulo that's making the turn there. Crossed the bridge from the east side, headed now to Terminal D, the international terminal, here at the big airport. Is that our friend, the Super Cargo Master? I think we're about to see that take off. This is always fun to watch because they don't use up a lot of the runway typically. These planes are designed to operate from smaller airports, and you can almost take off on your driveway. Watching from Bradford, England. Excellent footage, guys. Thank you, Brad. Or Grant, I'm sorry. That means a lot to us here at Runway DFW. And David Elam is checking in from Saudi Arabia, who says he's flown out of this airport hundreds of times. Coming in from McAllen, Texas. This is in far South Texas. It's American Airlines Flight 2768. And we don't have any direct flights from Saudi Arabia here to between here and DFW. We do have a couple of Middle Eastern carriers. We've got Emirates with one flight a day. from Abu Dhabi, and then we've got Qatar Airways with 2 flights a day. And I can't remember, I think those are typically in the afternoon, so I don't know if we'll see either of those planes today. We welcome 1986 Nathan 1 from Brisbane in Australia. So happy to have you with us. I'm sorry if I miss anybody. We're about to see a plane here. Get set up for that. It's American Eagle. Where's it coming from? It's coming in from Brownsville in South Texas. CRJ 701ER. Look at all those planes down there. And another giant flag. There's a plane going over the bridge from the west side to the east side for further activities. Well, this is as good a time as any to invite you to like and subscribe to Runway DFW. That helps us grow here on YouTube. And also, if you like what you see, leave us a tip. You can go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw to leave a one-time or a recurring contribution to our efforts, our streaming efforts. And you can also just right here on YouTube, you can leave a super chat if you'd like, if that's easier for you. We appreciate your assistance with our growth here at Runway DFW, where we bring you at least once a week, usually twice a week, action from the world's second busiest airport. And you see a bunch of things going on in one shot. There's the East Tower, there's the skyline of Dallas there in the background. There are tails in the foreground, or on the right side I see is that an Allegheny or a Piedmont tail? I can never tell those. That's another American Airlines heritage livery, kind of to the right below the tower. I can't tell on my little screen. I think it's Piedmont. Maybe we'll see that later on. Mark Chandler checking in from Swindon in the UK, enjoying your stream as always. Thank you, Mark. We have another UK viewer. Mark, is that one? Oh, no. Did I see that one? I thought I saw more than one. Oh, here we go. Ian K. watching from Huddersfield, England. Excellent footage. Do we use that one already? I don't know. Kenji is saying it's American Airlines Piedmont Airlines. Yeah, that seems about right. We'll keep our eye out for that one. Got another one of these little cargo planes going out. That's another another Super Cargo Master Cessna. This one dating back to 1993. This one, Martin Air flight. And my information does not tell me where it's going. Other than that, they scoot right across the runway, don't they? I do have to express our condolences this morning to our good plane spotting pal there in Los Angeles, Kevin at Airline Videos Live. He lost his dog Sammy this week after a long illness. He posted a very nice video tribute to Sammy on the Airline Videos Live page. And Sammy was definitely beloved in the AVL community. So our thoughts go out to Kevin at Airline Videos Live. We're all thinking about you. The loss of a pet is just not something you can really, it's hard to deal with. That is for sure. I think probably all of us have gone through that process. Well, it's another Super Cargo Master from Martin Air. This one's practically a baby. It's only 25 years old. It's an American Eagle flight. Well, it's a Mesa Airlines flight operating as American Eagle, coming in from Midland, Texas, out in the west part of the state. And there's our little home at DFW Founders Plaza. And it's starting to get to be the part of the morning where the glare is happening. That was American Airlines Flight 1794 on its way to the City of Angels, Los Angeles.
right, contact ground point 85 on top of the bridge. West side.
Here comes a Spirit Airlines aircraft. It's an A320 on its way to Las Vegas. Jacqueline Raj is watching from South Africa on a lazy winter afternoon. It's hard for us here in the Northern Hemisphere to really comprehend the fact that it's winter where you guys are. In South Africa and Australia and New Zealand. We've got Brian Ski. Good morning from the Motor City. Here comes an American Airlines flight from Monterrey in Mexico. It's an A319. The baby bus. We need to get back to that Spirit jet, don't we? The one that's going to Las Vegas. Here it comes. Will it be, as they say, a turn and burn? I haven't heard anything new on the Spirit merger plan. What was it? Was it Frontier that was going to buy Spirit, and then JetBlue stepped in to say, we want Spirit. I don't know where that stands right now. I'm definitely seeing some blips in our presentation here, some visual blips. I'm guessing that has to do with radar. It happens occasionally, but it looks like it's happening more than usual this morning for some reason. So probably heard that signature A320 startup sound. Why does it sound like that? I mean, I know there's nothing wrong, but it sounds like there's something wrong when that makes that sound as it's revving up. This American Eagle flight's coming in from El Paso in far west Texas. So far away from here that it's not even in this time zone. That little chunk of far west Texas where El Paso is, it's in the mountain time zone. Ryan is appreciating the shot of the Dallas skyline. Yeah, we get that. It's a little hazy today. It's sharper some days than others, but there it is. And as you might guess from the name Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, we're about midway between those two cities, surrounded by a bunch of other cities. Irving to the south, Grapevine to the north and west. And I think the city limits of both Dallas and Fort Worth have been kind of stretched out so that they both touch this airport in some fashion. Oh, and Ken was, I guess this is in reference to the Spirit Airlines merger. The vote was put off again. We say hello to Somil Bandari. Hello to you. Thank you for being with us here on this Saturday morning. We've got a lot of people watching today. Jack the Cat saying very nice today. Thanks for the live spotting trip. We appreciate that, Jack. Thank you very much for being with us here at Runway DFW. It's quiet here. I suppose we should probably reintroduce ourselves to those who have just checked in, shall we?
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
That's us, Runway DFW. We're glad you found us. And keep those likes and subscriptions coming. I haven't checked to see where we are. We're getting close to 4,500 subscriptions the last time I looked. I think we're probably, maybe we've surpassed that by now. I hope so. But anyway, the more subscriptions we have, the more likes we get, the more likely it is for people like you to find us. So thanks for helping us out there, and thanks for sharing your Saturday morning or afternoon or evening or whatever time it is in your space. We are at the northwest side of Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, which is in Texas. Second busiest in the world, next to Atlanta, Hartsfield. And yeah, we're having fun this morning. It is heating up. It's up to 81 degrees now, going up to 100 plus, and that's why we're here in the morning and not in the late afternoon. So welcome on in, and thanks for being with us at Runway DFW. It's a bit quiet now, isn't it? Brenda Salmi, good morning, Walt and all. Good morning to you, Brenda. And Ken G is saying that he sees an American West livery at the gate. Of course, in this picture you can kind of see a Piedmont tail there, and I'll have to look around for the America West livery. That's always a popular one. And as we have explained before, what happened? I've lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. I should have taken that break to get a drink. I'm getting a little thirsty here. Here's our flight from Maui. It's a Dreamliner American Flight 118 on runway DFW. Flight 116, sorry. A 6-hour and 43-minute flight from that beautiful island. And we are coming to you live from DFW Founders Plaza here at DFW Airport. It's a public space, free for anybody to come and hang out. As best I can tell, it's open 24 hours a day. They used to have they used to close it up from dusk to dawn, and now it is open around the clock, pretty much. Ryan Buntrock saying, I am embarrassed to say that I lived in Las Colinas for 6 years, and Las Colinas is in the city of Irving, which touches the border of DFW Airport, and says, I've yet to visit Founders Plaza. Well, we'll provide you with that virtual visit, Ryan, but you should come out here. There's really nothing quite like being here in person and hearing the roar of the jets and occasionally smelling the jet fuel. Bill Caldham is checking in from Arkansas saying, I'm a little late this morning, but I've got my coffee and sitting on the porch watching the deer feed. Yeah, Mrs. Runway DFW and I have been doing that. We've got some baby deer who are hanging out at Runway DFW Ranch. We had one the other day who was, we were in the barn, and we heard this sound going, meow, 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 and we had no idea what it was, and we looked out, and it was a baby deer, apparently looking for its mom, and neither of us had heard a deer make any other noise other than kind of like their warning noise is kind of like a cough. But we heard this baby deer kind of bleating like a little lamb, and yeah, it was a couple minutes later that the mama deer hopped over the fence and they trotted off into a wooded area. And just to clarify that Jim Frey's saying, is that the Dallas skyline? Yes, it is the Dallas skyline. The tallest building in Dallas, the Bank of America Tower, is there to the right center. Now it's in the background, but that's the tallest building in Dallas. I can't tell you how many floors it is, 60 something, I think. But you can't see the most iconic object of the Dallas skyline in that picture because it's hidden. It's the giant ball on top of a tower. Reunion Tower is what it's called. We can't see that from here. but you'll see it in just about any Dallas skyline picture you get to see. And Alice is saying she's never been to DFW Founders Plaza either, after 18 years in Coppell, which is another very nearby suburb of Dallas. So come and check it out. Maybe the hottest day of the year may not be the best time to check it out, but here it is, DFW Founders Plaza. There's no restroom facilities here, which is not good for long-term plane spotters, I can tell you that right now. But they do have picnic tables and ample parking, except when the first A380 comes in 2 years, which we saw a couple of weeks ago when the British Airways A380 landed here, and it was like it was a happening here at DFW Founders Plaza. You can go back and look at it on our page at Runway DFW. Lady Marimeko is saying, I went inside the ball when I was a kid. She's referring to Reunion Tower, where there is an observation platform. You go up in an elevator and there's an observation deck there where you can look out over the Dallas skyline and probably see Fort Worth too on a clear day. And there's also a revolving restaurant up there where you sit at a table and it spins around and you can have your lunch or dinner. Kind of a special occasion place, I would say. I need to get up there and spot. Yeah, mornings are a good time to spot if you have them available, at least in the summertime, because it's a lot cooler here. It does heat up later in the day, I must say. Reminds me, I'm going to get myself my cold bottle of water out of here. That looks good. Finally, we've got a plane coming in. So let me see what we've got coming in here. It's 777 coming in from Buenos Aires in the southern hemisphere. It's a 777-223. Let's listen. And so ends a 10-hour and 27-minute flight from Argentina on a 21-year-old aircraft. Now making the big left turn to the International Terminal D. Uncle Car Guy asking, any UPS 747s? And also, hello, Freon, Indiana. Is that a place? Uncle Car Guy, we didn't see any. Oh, I was going to go over here. There's our wide shot of the UPS cargo hub. There's a couple of MD-11s up there, or over there. No 747s this morning, unfortunately. We did see a flight coming in from Indianapolis, though, early on, before you checked in. So sorry you missed that. Just taking a sip of water. And Uncle Cargo also wants to know, is there ANA, All Nippon Airways, at DFW? No, there is not, although one time they do serve Houston, and we did catch it in the sky with its contrail. Way up in the sky overhead. So that was as close as we got to an ANA flight here. I don't know if they've ever flown here. This American Airlines A319 is off to... Did I see it right? I don't think I did. Can't tell you yet. Okay, so that's going off to Chihuahua in Mexico. We're going to point our camera over to the east side arrivals. This is coming in from Charlotte. It's American Airlines Flight 430, an Airbus A321. And we shall not see it landing because, alas, it will be going behind some buildings first. Jacques Raj is asking, are some heavy bodies expected from Asia or Europe? I haven't looked at our incoming flights in the last few minutes. We usually see some Japan Airlines action in the morning from both of the airports in Tokyo. Let me scan our departures and let's see here. What time is it? Not even 8 o'clock yet. Well, Uncle Car Guy, we do see a departure of a FedEx flight to Indianapolis. Be an Airbus A300, estimated at 9:05, and that probably won't come over here for departure. We may be able to catch it from the other side as it takes off if we're alert. But as far as big international flights, I don't see a lot of them on the departure side. Let me see what arrivals are happening here. Okay, well, at about a half hour from now, we should be seeing Korean Air Flight 31 coming in from Seoul. That will be a Dreamliner. We do have a Nippon Cargo Airlines flight scheduled to take off to Tokyo. So it's here at the airport now. We can't see that plane now, but it's scheduled to take off at 8:40, which is about 45 minutes from now. That'll be a 747, so that's something to look forward to in this coming hour. These schedules are not always adhered to, especially when it comes to cargo planes. They kind of have minds of their own sometimes, so we don't always see them take off when we expect them to. Had to gulp me some water there. Well, Michelle RS, woohoo, I caught a live, yes. Here we are. I guarantee you we're live. I don't know how, I don't have a newspaper headline I can hold up to show you that we are here today. But look, there's our clock there in the lower corner of our screen. It says Saturday, July 16th, just before 8 o'clock Central Time. So I hope that will serve to prove that we are actually live here at DFW Airport as we speak. We've got a couple things happening now. We've got a United Airlines baby bus, A319, headed to San Francisco, flight 2371, which I think you're about to see entering your viewfinder from the right. It's got the newer of the UAL paint jobs. And we've also got American Flight 2111, 737-800 coming in from the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul. So let's take a look at that, and then we'll catch that United bird for you. So after kind of a lull in the action, we've got something going on here. And looks like this one's going to run and gun.
2371, switch departure.
That was American Eagle Flight 9860. An Embraer 145LR coming in from Garden City after an hour and 1 minute in the sky. There's our home at DFW Founders Plaza. There is the East Tower of DFW. And let's check out the winds, shall we? There they are, 4 flags over Texas. Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas, and USA. And we have Juan Manuel Capuzano Gomez checking in from Spain, where he says it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, very hot, and greetings to everyone. And there's my high school Spanish paying off after all these years. Uncle Car Guy, our Indianapolis connection, is saying that up there at Indianapolis Airport we still get Embraer 170s from American and United. Yeah, we don't see too many of those there. Oh, was I on camera inadvertently? Sorry about that. I try to remain very mysterious. Austin is saying good morning from Mississippi. Good morning to you, Austin. Thanks for watching Runway DFW. And Bill Calden wants to know, is Six Flags Over Texas still operating? Yes. Now, I can't even remember the last time I was there. It must be more than 10 years. And I don't even regularly drive by it anymore because of where I live relative to where it is in Arlington, which is pretty much due south of here by about 10 miles. But yeah, it's still there. Still got all those crazy rides that I'm too old to ever go on again. Jane Harkis saying Wizz Air taking, that's the name of a real airline for those of us, for those of you here in the States who've never heard of that before. Wizz Air. It's taking off Cardiff, Wales in the UK, watching from my sofa. LOL. Yes, Wizz Air is not a component of the Dallas-Fort Worth aviation scene, at least not yet. Buttery Biscuits with a question, why did the A380 stop at DFW for a few years? Well, the last, I believe Emirates flew it here initially, and then they stopped. And then Qantas flew an A380 from Sydney here for, I think, a couple of years. And then they stopped that service at the start of the pandemic, and when they resumed service, when Qantas resumed service, it chose to go with Dreamliners on this route, So that's what we get now from Qantas. So the only A380 service we now get started up a couple of weeks ago.
We already called out one demo map. We actually need two.
It was British Airways from London Heathrow.
We have not yet.
And we've seen it a couple times here now on Runway DFW. On the first day, it was just a madhouse here. If you were looking at the same shot on the day that the A380 returned to DFW, I believe it was July 1st, you would have seen a sea of people on that camera instead of grass. I mean, it was just incredible, the number of people who were here to see that aircraft arrive. And I still can't believe how quiet it was. You know, we've seen like the 777 came in a little while ago, and it makes a fair amount of noise as it lands, and the A380 almost sounds like a glider coming in. And I thought, well, I hadn't seen it take off, and then when I saw it take off, it makes about the same amount of no noise as when it lands. It's a very quiet aircraft, at least from this perspective. And we did have a comment recently that someone who's flown the A380 said it was the quietest aircraft they've ever been on. So that's pretty cool. Hope to be on it someday. Never been. Runway Collin County Games and that name is too long now. Hello, Walt at Runway DFW. I am late. Just woke up. Well, it's Saturday morning. You can sleep in late, right? Uncle Car Guy is saying that there's a Sun Country plane taxiing. And I'm scanning from my comfortable chair here. And I don't see it, but I don't doubt that you're correct. So I'll take a look. Sun Country, which, as we've noted previously on several occasions, and other viewers have corroborated that, it looks very much, at a glance, the paint job of the Sun Country looks a bit like, oh, there it is. You don't see it now, but now you can. There it is. It's way down there south of the Terminal D, the international terminal. And that's going to be on its way to Cancun when it takes off. We have a baby bus. Coming in from Querétaro in Mexico. American Flight 1924. And this, I think, is going to be our second Los Angeles bound flight of the morning. Los Angeles being the current top destination from DFW. And this is going to be American Flight 524, an A321. Just 2 years old. And coming in on top here is going to be a rare east side arrival from LaGuardia Airport in New York. They usually come in over on the west side, or on the east side. So there that goes. We'll quickly switch over to our Los Angeles bound plane. Ergonomically, my setup today isn't the best. I have to keep stretching over to find the switcher. Let's switch our attention over to the UPS cargo hub, and there you see what looks to be some maintenance going on the number 2 engine, that tail engine. So you've got those lifts up there. I don't know if anybody's up there right now. I can't see any personnel, but Jim France wants to know, is Dallas American Airlines main hub? Yes, it is. And it, Jim, did I say Frace or France? Jim Frace. Yes, American handles, between American and American Eagle, they handle about 85% of the passenger traffic here. Buttery Biscuits wants to know if, I guess it's a question for me, have you flown on a 747 before? And the answer is no, I have not. I would love to. And my time is running out, I think, but there are still a few flights. None from here, unfortunately, from DFW. I'd have to go somewhere else to get on a 747, a passenger one, probably LAX or San Francisco or something like that. Love to go on one. And our hacker is, oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, folks. Well, this seems like as good a time as any to remind you, if you're a new viewer, to please like and subscribe to Runway DFW, where we bring you usually a couple of times a week. This week, because of the heat, we've only been out here once, but we're regularly here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Occasionally will venture elsewhere. So if you'll do that, we appreciate it. And hey, if you like what you see, leave us a tip. Help us out with our streaming expenses and our coffee breaks, all that kind of stuff. Equipment purchases. We had to buy a new battery this week, so you can go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw to leave us a tip, make a contribution, or you can use the function here on YouTube called Super Chat. Well, when you hear an extended music break like that here on Runway DFW, it means one of two things, maybe even both things. It means that I'm getting a drink of water and that there's probably no activity on the runway right now. So I need to fill some time. So that accounts for that. And have I said hello yet to Austin Swafford? Good morning to you, Austin. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Runway DFW. Live on this Saturday morning, July 16th, where we are experiencing, we're in the middle of a gigantic heat wave here in North Texas. We say goodbye to Somil. See you later, Walt, and everyone. So glad you could come on board with us today. But anyway, we're in the middle of an awful heat wave here. It's been up to 100 degrees or more, I think, pretty much every day in July, or at least for the last couple of weeks. Let's see what the National Weather Service is saying. We've got fire weather alerts all week long. The temperature is going to range between a high of 100 today to 105 and 104 later in the week. Yikes. What have we here? Aircraft, I believe. It's an American Eagle Embraer 175 coming in from, I want to say, Chattanooga. Chattanooga, yes it is. In the air for about an hour and a half. aside from that, the world's busiest airport is looking kind of ghost town-like right now. Looks like I may have some competition over here. Let me do my...
We're getting a vibration indication that's out of limit. Southwest 4748 again.
I've lost my camera feed.
Operator, left thrust.
Now, why would that be? No input. My camera 1 has stopped. My primary camera has stopped working. So let me re-plug it in here. Interesting. Oh, I know what I've done. This happens occasionally. I hit the record button.
Good morning. We're at Bravo 12, and one of the flight attendants have requested a blue service kit.
Okay, there we go. So anyway, I appear to have some competition here. Someone with a video camera, a solar panel, a computer. We may be having another live stream here. Well, good luck to you. It's not an easy thing to do, this live streaming business, so there's someone else who's gonna be hanging out here and doing it. We welcome them with open arms in the plane spotting community. We've got American Eagle Flight 3122 coming in from Bluntville after an hour and 47-minute flight. Now, this is another... I have no idea where Bluntville is, I have to be honest with you. But Bluntville it is. B-L-O-U-N-T-V-I-L-L-E. It's a Mitsubishi CRJ 701ER. So I'm really curious now. I'm going to look up where Bluntville is, but we're getting a little bit busier here now because we've got, first of all, American Airlines Flight 1034 coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico. That'll be a 737-800. But following that, for those of you who enjoy international fare, we've got Korean Air Flight 31 coming in from Seoul. That'll be a Dreamliner, so stand by for that right after this arrival on Runway DFW. And there goes my voice. I still need to know where Bluntville is. But anyway, let's see if we can follow along with our Korean Air incoming Dreamliner on runway DFW. So after more than 12.5 hours in the air from Seoul comes this Boeing 787 Dreamliner, a 5-year-old aircraft. It'd be so nice if Korean Air would unleash one of its A380s here at DFW. But we're always happy to see the Pepsi plane, right?
35 DFW Tower with 1909, we're only 17 center to the line. Cleared land, 17 center, American 2435.
If our schedule is correct, we should soon be seeing a Nippon Air Cargo 747 emerging. So we hope to bring that to you shortly. No promises, though. And Michelle RS says that's her favorite color, blue. I believe she's talking about the Korean Air flight. And Bob Bell sets me straight on Blountville. It's in Tennessee. Blountville, Tennessee, says Shelley Hayes as well, so thank you. And Keith Watts saying, my best bet to ride on a passenger 747 would most likely either be Lufthansa or Korean Air, both from LAX. Well, Korean Air would probably be going where I would want to be going, which is Seoul, which is where my son works and lives. So maybe I need to arrange a flight to LAX and hop on board the Queen of the Skies. What do you think? We are here at DFW Founders Plaza. We've got a couple of planes that are getting ready to take off here from runway 18 left. Three, actually. Looks like the first out of the gate is going to be American Airlines, or American Eagle. I'm going to say that's an Eagle. It's an Embraer 175 on its way to Omaha, I believe is what I saw on the screen there. Omaha, Nebraska. That was American flight to Santa Ana, California, the John Wayne Airport. We've got Delta. They're ready when you are. Where's this one going? Can't squint at my screen right now. So the Delta flight we just saw, it was an A319, it was off to Salt Lake City. What we just saw landing there was an American flight 610 coming in from Philadelphia, which again we don't normally see on this side of the airport. They usually land on the east side. So maybe they've got a runway that's being inspected over there. And this baby bus is headed to parts unknown according to flight radar. We're starting to get busy here on the north side of DFW here on the west side of the airport, as we've got several planes now jockeying for position. Hey, Uncle Car Guy, I believe we've got one for you here. This should be American Flight 304 to Indianapolis. 737-800. So there you go, Uncle Car Guy. We finally got one for you.
Line 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 568. 18 left, behind and low, need 2.
I've no destination information for this flight either, folks. But as you can see, I don't even have time to switch between cameras here. There's so many planes going out. Next up is United. It's an A319 and it's headed to the city of Denver. So this is the rush we generally get right around 9 o'clock here, or just before 9 o'clock here at DFW. This is going to be flight 2759 American Airlines for San Antonio, Texas. 737-800. I don't know why I said that like Yogi Bear. Not a new 737-823. This one's turn of the century from the year 2000. And whenever I hear anybody say the phrase the year 2000, I always think of Conan O'Brien's bit. Arriving from Honolulu, we've got another 777. Roaring in. So, aloha to Flight 102. And Bookham Dano. That's what I always say when I hear Honolulu. Runway Collin County saying I see an Emirates 777 on its way to DFW Airport facing us on 18 on 18 right. Thank you. I will be looking out for that, Runway Collin County. Thank you for that heads up. Pete Lumley is checking in from Manchester in the UK. Hello, Pete. So good to have you with us. Take a look-see at the old radar here. Yes, I see it now. Should be here in about 3 minutes, this Emirates 777 from Dubai. And again, we're also still waiting for a Nippon cargo jet, which was supposed to take off in this hour from DFW, but I haven't seen it yet. So we've got our eyes peeled for the Emirates flight. That Frontier aircraft you are seeing there on its way to Las Vegas, an A320. So we've got this flight coming in from Mexico City. Where'd it go? There it is. It's an American Airlines flight coming in from Mexico City. Flight 1066. And right behind it is going to be that Emirates 777. So plenty of action for you here on Runway DFW. So that plane is now on its way to Terminal D, the international terminal, as will be our next contestant. The Emirates 777. A 13-year-old 777-21H LR. It's a long trip, 14 hours and 31 minutes. Joshua LeClaire saying good morning. Good morning to you, Joshua. Welcome to Runway DFW. Karen Monson following along with my comment earlier about Hawaii 5-0. A fellow Hawaii 5-0 original fan. The little ATC antenna just blew over in the breeze. David Lord said, "Who would have thunk we live 20 minutes away from the Founders Plaza?" Yeah, it's a kind of cool place to hang out. It's not terribly easy to find. Kind of tucked away there. But if you have a map, it's easy enough to locate. Especially one of these newfangled electronic maps. You have them on your phone, right? And then it tells you where to go. It's crazy. Got another 777 for you here momentarily. And there it is there. It's on its way to Phoenix. So it's a domestic 777 flight. It's one of the few domestic American Airlines wide-body flights I can think of from Dallas, if you don't count various Hawaii destinations. Ian Shaw. Hello all, first time viewer. Welcome to Runway DFW. Ian, looks like from your logo, from your icon there, you may be a Canadian, or at least a fan of Canadian sport, I would say. Runway Collin County saying, Walt, there's no BA 193 today. That's the British Airways A380 Super Jumbo. Don't know why. I thought it was to have been a daily flight, but they have been having some issues. Well, most of the big airlines have been having issues with staffing. And I've looked at the schedule for the Dallas to Heathrow run of the A380, or the Heathrow to Dallas run, and it looks like they're cutting it back by one flight a week, at least the last time I looked. And it's usually on Saturday, but sometimes it's been on another day of the week. So yeah, this would not, if you did want to brave the heat today, this would not be a good day to come out and try to see the A380, because it doesn't look like it's going to be here today. It's scheduled to arrive around 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. The A380 is, but many days it's been an hour, 2 hours late. I think the first day it came, it was about 2 hours late, and then we stayed. The next week we came to see it arrive, and it arrived more on time, but then it left like hours late. We stayed until it left, but there wasn't much to see because our camera can't really pick it up that well in the dark. This, once again, we've been looking at it for a while, is American Airlines Dreamliner. No, I'm sorry, it's a 777. Headed to Phoenix, Arizona. This plane dates back to 2001. You can see how it dwarfs those other planes next to it. Oh, I'm hearing music in the background. And that means I'm going to have to play some of my music here to counteract that, so that I don't get hit with a copyright strike. So I'm just playing this music to kind of disguise whatever's going on behind me. But hey, get out your dancing shoes. American Flight 1304 coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico. And again, the reason I'm playing this music is because there was somebody playing music in the background here from their car radio or whatever, and I didn't want YouTube to hear it and think, oh, he's trying to broadcast copyrighted music on Runway DFW. This is American Flight, I lost the flight number, but it's on its way to Denver. Okay, now listen, I know most of you don't like music with your aircraft spotting, and this will go away as soon as I detect that music in the background has gone away. Wow, that took off fast. I was going to Waco, that American Eagle flight, Waco, Texas. And this American Eagle flight just came in from Melon in Illinois. Musical interference has gone away. Javier Moreno just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Javier. Sam Melendez says, I love that music. Yeah, we've got our own kind of, I think pretty much most of it dates back to the 70s. It's what they call production music. And in fact, yeah, Martin says, is this guy a big fan of 70s music? Well, I am, but it didn't cost very much. Michelle likes to dance when we have music, so. But anyway, yeah, I do kind of like that genre of music. Unfortunately, I was able to find this music that I could purchase for use without having to pay royalties and all that kind of stuff, and so YouTube wouldn't hit me on it. So, yeah. I hope you. And again, I don't normally play it while we're showing you runway activity. And David Lord says it's understandable due to YouTube policies. And again, I just use that music to kind of filter out whatever is in the background. Sam Landis says, reminds me of my dad watching the Newhart show. Well, I guess I could be your dad, Sam, because I used to watch that show religiously. What you're seeing there is DFW Founders Plaza. You know what? It's the top of the hour. So we should kind of set the scene here for you. And you're watching Runway DFW, of course, on the Runway DFW streaming network.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
It is Saturday, July 16th, 2022, 9:04 in the morning in the central U.S. time zone. And welcome on in to Runway DFW, wherever you may be. Glad you could join us. I don't know when we'll be winding down. We'll see how it goes, but we're hanging in there. Thank you for being with us. Always like there to be an ending to things. See if we got anything coming towards us. Oh, sure, there's lots of things coming towards us. We have an American Airlines flight 1174, which will be winging its way south of the border to Guadalajara here momentarily. There you see it. I think it just got the takeoff clearance. And here we go. Trying to make out that N number so I can pick this plane out. 282NN. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. This is on its way to Corpus Christi, where it was before we lost it there. It's an Embraer 175 LR, Corpus Christi on the Texas Gulf Coast. I'd say probably about a 45-minute flight from here.
3090, RNAV to track, runway 17 right, from takeoff.
We don't see this particular aircraft too often. This is an Embraer 170 LR. It's American Eagle flight headed to Grand Junction, Colorado. We see a lot of 175s. Don't see. I can't remember the last time I saw a 170. That was American Airlines Flight 1595, coming on in from Austin, Texas, the capital of the state. And I just punched up to nothing, didn't I? Our director has a 3-camera shoot today, and sometimes he gets a little confused. This is our first 3-camera shoot here at Runway DFW. Got that one, and this one, and that one. So lots to play around with here. That is that is a DFW Founders Plaza, the home of Runway DFW's live shots. You see some families there. Breezy says, wow, hello Walt, I'm really late today. Didn't realize you were streaming. It's okay. Not a problem. You can go back and watch later, I guess. Runway Collin County says, my family have a Rangers game today at 3 p.m. at Globe Life in Arlington, south of DFW Airport. Yeah, it's not too far away. We can't see it from here, but it's not too far away. If you're flying to the south, you'll probably fly right over it. Shelley Hayes wants to know if you have any flights coming in from Bradley International. And I think we don't normally, when we do, we don't normally, I'm sure we do, but those aren't flights we normally see coming in on this side of the airport. Because those flights usually land on the east side of the airport, back where all those tails are. Here we have some parallel action arrivals over there on the east side because they've got 3 incoming runways. But because of where we are, we can't see them actually land. There's a young plane spotter there in the foreground. As we got a baby bus coming in from, where is that? From Madison, Wisconsin, I'm assuming. An hour and 49-minute flight.
DFW Tower, runway 17 center, for the line. Convoy 4172, traffic 12 o'clock, 2.5 miles.
Wally Silva commenting, yes, a lot of Americans, as I'm sure he's referring to the aircraft, and as we like to point out, that is because this is the home of American Airlines. Here they have their headquarters just to the south of us, technically in Fort Worth. Our hacker saying, thanks Walt for the video, got to feed the grandson. To all my friends, I'll catch you later. Stay safe and have a great weekend. Later. Thanks, our hacker. I know what it's like to have a hungry grandson. My grandson's birthday is just 2 weeks from now. He'll be 6. I believe this is American Airlines Flight 353 on its way to Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. Here we have a Delta arrive. We don't see too many Deltas arrive on this side.
Clear for takeoff for American 3600 heavy, DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line from wake.
17 right, FedEx 3600 heavy.
3737, contact departure. 5832, Cosmic Turbine, heavy airburst.
That was an arrival from the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul. And what you see in the foreground there is an American Airlines Flight 1263, an A319 on its way to Silao in central Mexico. And there it goes.
17 right on the square, FedEx 3600 heavy.
38, contact departure. 38, good day. 4062, Cosmic Turbine from the heavy departure, runway 17 right, line from wake. 1281, Echo Sierra route, Montreal 0.65.
We're going to try to show you now a FedEx flight off to Indianapolis. Uncle Car Guy, are you listening? It's taking off from the east side of DFW. So we're going to try to zoom into it as it takes off. This will be an A300. from the 20th century. And we'll have to, that's not it there. It's going to be behind, there it is. Taking off kind of like a rocket. That's a 26-year-old bird on its way to Indianapolis.
RNAV line 18 left, clear for takeoff on board 3550.
It's an Uncle Car Guy special.
One up and away, 18 left, roger, American 384. American 1801, Echo Zero, launching around point 65.
Another young plane spotter there, enjoying the sights. Here at DFW Founders Plaza. Runway Collin County informing us that in about 31 minutes from now, Qatar Airways 731 from Doha, another 777 is headed our way, so let's see if we can hang out till then.
Planes that are live inbound with their gate, so it would about an hour, about 10:15. The gate is available for
M. Billy is greeting us. Hello, M. Billy. Glad to have you with us on Runway DFW.
inbound. Prioritize, but it will be prioritized after the active flight. Where you want me to hold, get there an hour and 15? Or about 10:15 is when the first departure and the next bank depart. Just check with ground and they can hold you for the whole pad. Okay, we'll do that.
David Lord said if DFW is getting busy, planes arriving from cities west of DFW will normally land on west runways. The corner post system kind of makes it happen that way. And generally speaking, that is true. But it doesn't always happen that way, and we see planes taking off here for east-bound destinations. It just depends. Sometimes runways are not available. Of course, the ground crews do regular inspections that have to shut down the runways. And here goes, what do we got here? Roaring to life. I believe this is on its way to El Paso, Texas. Far west Texas. But I could be wrong. We've got an outbound American Airlines flight for Maui, which will be a Dreamliner, which has just lit up the radar. Don't know when it's scheduled to go out. At this moment, because we're here a little later than I thought we were going to be, I'm going to put on our production music while I go and get covered up. So I've got to cover up to keep out of the sun. So bear with us. I'll be right back on Runway DFW. So I have to say, I'm not a fan of actually putting on more clothing as it gets warmer. Our thermometer here is now reading 87 degrees as we pump up the volume towards another 100-degree day here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. But anyway, because my skin's a little sensitive, I've got to put on a hat with flaps on it and a long sleeve t-shirt, which is one of many Mrs. Runway DFW has favored me with to keep me safe in the sun. That was American Flight 1214 coming in from Salt Lake City, Utah, here in the U.S. We go now to an outgoing flight. And my screen is pretty cluttered right now. I can't tell you what this is at the moment. I hope to pick it out momentarily. I'm happy to say that our new Runway DFW official battery has been holding out, fingers crossed, for more than 3 hours of broadcasting now. Oh, look what we missed there. Oh, is that a Spirit Airlines or is that a DHL? I think that's a DHL. I don't know if that that's a 767, which looks like it just arrived from Cincinnati a few moments ago. Well, 14 minutes ago. It's fighting its way through traffic to get over to the cargo area on the west side here. That's what happens when you land on the east side, sometimes. And I would guess they prioritize passenger traffic over cargo planes. Still haven't seen any sign of what had been listed as Nippon Air Cargo 747, which was going to go out in the 8 o'clock hour. It's now, of course, the 9 o'clock hour, almost 9:30 here at DFW, so I don't know. Keep our fingers crossed for that. Always good to see a Queen of the Skies lighting up our day. We did see one before we went on the air. There's a Cargo Lux plane, which I can't remember where it was going to, but it was pretty dark. Wouldn't have seen much if we had tried to bring that to you somehow. And you probably hear an ambulance, which is now racing. we've got kind of a pile up here on the north side. I heard something on the ATC about a medical incident, which would explain that ambulance. David Lord is advising to watch Flight Radar 24 during busy periods. It shows how orchestrated everything is. And yes, our hats are always off to the flight controllers. That's a Herculean job. And I would imagine you've got to have a very special temperament to be able to do that. Kevin Watt, it's Emre Yurtas was asking Walt if he ever caught a flight from Miami. Well, in terms of being on a flight from Miami, personally, yes. I've been on a number of those. That's a pretty crazy busy airport. And we don't often see the flights from Miami here on the west side. They generally are orchestrated to head over to the east side, but we do see them occasionally. Trying to keep our thermometer in a place where it's in the shade, because shade is becoming increasingly at a premium here at DFW. Once again, we are coming to you from DFW Founders Plaza on the northwest side of the airport. It's a free place to hang out. There's no admission. Parking is free. There are picnic tables. There's a few shady spots, not too many. We are not in one of them right now, because the sun is directly in front of us, climbing into the morning sky. And we say good morning to you, Craig Russell, who says good morning to everyone. So thank you. Christopher Crook saying, would you consider doing a live from Will Rogers Airport in Oklahoma City? And yes, I would consider that. I haven't done any of the research into it as to where, how many flights come in and out of there. One of the things when you do a live broadcast is you want to have things going on pretty much all the time. And at smaller airports, that's not always the case, even though it might be interesting. But then there's a lot more time to fill. So we have another 777 for your consideration. It's going to be American Flight 123. Now, that's an easy one to remember. On its way to Honolulu. It's a 777. People seem to like 777s. That was actually, I think, the last aircraft I was on. Not this particular one. The last aircraft type when I visited my son in Seoul in 2016, I think. This one is a 20th century edition of the 777 family. It dates back to 1999. David Lord says, I don't think there's a good viewing area in OKC compared to the Founders Plaza. Yeah, this is a pretty good place to hang out. I wish there were some alternatives, just for variety, but what can you say? Emery wants to know, what got you interested in plane spotting? Well, you know what? This is not something I've done all my life, like a lot of the, you see a lot of the folks on YouTube, the other plane spotting channels. Here comes the Qatar Airways plane from Doha. Let's pause for that. So that finishes off a 15-and-a-half-hour flight from the Middle East. And we're going to swing around right now and see another 777. So there you have a 777 double feature for you. And that is one of 2 daily Qatar Airways flights between here and Doha. So Emre was asking, what got you interested in plane spotting? I think we started answering that a little while ago before that Qatar Airways flight interrupted us. And I would have to say that it was the influence of all the plane spotting channels that were available on YouTube probably about a year ago this time. I started watching Big Jet TV and Airline Videos Live, and I kept tuning around to see where's the channel for DFW Airport. Must be one. Kevin Reens just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Kevin. So I was watching these and I said, well, I can do that. I've been in TV news since 1975, and shot film and video and been on the air. So I've done all those things, and I thought, well, let me give it a try. I bought the camera that you're looking at right now. Which is just a little consumer camera with a consumer camcorder with a very long zoom lens. And I thought, well, I'll try that. And I started it last October, I believe, mid-October, early October, and last year. So I haven't been doing it that long compared to a lot of the people who have been doing it as far as plane spotting goes, but it's just so much fun. As we welcome Basu Bainal. Hello, I'm from India. Glad to have you here, Basu. So anyway, I've watched these other channels and I've learned a lot from them, and I thought I'd do it try it myself, and so here we are. Hope you like it. Trying to get you a shot of our Runway DFW satellite truck. We've invested a lot here. And so we kind of had to get ourselves a satellite truck to get you a good signal. And so there it is, the Runway DFW satellite truck. I've got it parked a little bit askew, but our satellite dishes are aimed at the heavens to bring you our signal live. And you're saying, Walt, where are the cables coming from the satellite truck? Well, everything's wireless, of course, now. So. I should adjust that picture a little bit. Too much. There we go. So Mike Lever, good morning from North Carolina. Hello to you, Mike. I hope our signal is reaching you from our satellite truck. Not an inconsiderable expense, I must say. Flugelschaft is a little bit jealous, I think, maybe right now, but you know, that's what happens when you when you invest a lot in your product. I know it's kind of parked on that ledge there. I'm pretty sure I set the brakes, so. Yeah, Walt, I'm jealous. You're right. All right, enough tomfoolery around here. We should get back to watching airplanes, shouldn't we? I have to get our plaza cam here adjusted again. Doesn't look very good, does it? I should just have a camera mounted on the mast, mast of our truck there. There we go. That's a little more like it. That wasn't very professional, but there. More airplanes. That was the sound of a microphone coming off of a clip that's attached to your glasses, which provides you with a way to hold it without having to hold it. Did that make any sense? Well, we've got another big bird here making the turn. This is American Flight 7. It's a Dreamliner. It's going to Maui. No, Kahului. Yeah, Maui. So we just saw a flight to Honolulu take off a short time ago. That was a 777. Here's a Dreamliner. So we're talking a little bit earlier about other airports, and yeah, I haven't done the research about Oklahoma City. It's not, you know, it's a couple hours drive from here. Well, I drive slow, probably 3 or 4 hours, I don't know, but it's something to investigate, just for a change of pace. We have gone, since we started Runway DFW, we did make excursions, one to Dallas Love Field, where we didn't get there's a lot of bureaucracy involved in filming from there. Found a nice place on top of a parking garage, but there were permits required and proof of insurance and all sorts of things that, you know, just a one-person operation which has relatively little income. It was a little much for me, so I don't know if we'll be going back to Love Field anytime soon, although it was very interesting. Like Dallas Fort Worth, Love Field is pretty much the dominion of one airline, and in that case it's Southwest Airlines. But of course Southwest Airlines only flies one type of aircraft, the 737, so it doesn't make it as visually compelling as DFW, where we at least see a variety of different aircraft. You are looking at American Airlines Flight 2046, a 737-800. And this bird is headed west to San Jose, California. In May, Runway DFW made its furthest excursion yet to Austin Bergstrom International Airport in Austin, Texas. And we were there for part of an afternoon and then early the next morning. And that was fun. We got to see a lot of different aircraft. Got to see one of the last DC-10s that it's still flying. Technically, I guess it's an MD-10. It was a FedEx plane that it's headed to retirement, I think, this year. So it was nice to see one of the last examples of that type of aircraft. And I guess if I had to go somewhere, not if I had to, but if I was thinking about another kind of journey from here, I'd probably first consider Houston Intercontinental, because they get a good variety of international flights there that we don't normally see here at DFW. So I think that would be the next spotting place I would try, but I haven't done any really, only kind of the most basic research into that so far, but look for that in the future. A lot depends on your support of Runway DFW in terms of your subscriptions and your likes and our YouTube revenue, and also any contributions you might make. So this is Alaska Airlines Flight 756 on its way to Seattle. It's a Boeing 737-990ER. Do I see that plane, that American Eagle plane being towed? I think so, yeah.
Park clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 20.
Typically, the planes operate under their own power coming over from the hangar area there on to the right of your screen. We've got American Airlines Flight 2845 on its way to Salt Lake City. You'd think it would save a certain amount of jet fuel for planes to be tugged from one location to the other. Wouldn't have to be spinning those turbines as long. We go back over here and look at the we were looking over there, or over here earlier. Let me push the button here. At the scaffolding that's erected along this UPS MD-11 around engine number 2. Again, I haven't seen, you can see a little bitty ladder there by the silver part of the rear of the engine. But I haven't seen any workers up there when I've peeked over there. Yeah, John Franco is agreeing that that Envoy, which is the American Eagle flight or aircraft we saw, I think it was an Embraer 175, was maybe trying to cut down on the fuel bill. And we're talking about Dallas Love Field permits for filming and pictures. That goes against the AvGeek plane spotting hobby. And yeah, I kind of agree. Now, I guess it's kind of a gray area when you're set up for a live broadcast to the world on YouTube. They may see that a little differently. But, you know, I don't have lighting trucks and grips and craft service and all those things that go into like a production. It's just me, my little table and my gigantic battery and my cameras. And David Lord said, I never got accosted taking pictures at Love. Now, I didn't get the one time I went, I didn't specifically have permission. I kind of went up there I let them know I was coming, and then I went there, and a police officer came up to me, and I said, hey, do you need to see anything? Or is there anything you need me to show you? Can I open any bags or anything? And he said, no, just look. And he stood there for a little while. I think he got on the radio, and then he left. And so I wasn't told to leave, but I didn't get the feeling I was very welcome after I got the letters back from the authorities. The city runs the airport. The city of Dallas runs the airport. So there's some bureaucracy involved. Hey, we've got a super chat to acknowledge. And where did it go? I'm sorry. This came in about 7 minutes ago, so I'm sorry about that. Duh Kaboom. $5 from Duh Kaboom, made my morning watching. Nice truck also from Wisconsin. Thank you, Duh Kaboom. That helps. That'll get me a little coffee break after we pack things up here. Thank you very much. It's 10 o'clock. It's time to do a little station ID for you here at Runway DFW, so stand by for that. This is dead air, isn't it? Here we go.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
We are live at DFW International Airport on this Saturday, July 16th, 2022, just after 10 o'clock a.m. local time in the Central Time Zone of the USA here in the big state of Texas. That's a mouthful. My name is Walt, and yeah, we're here for, I don't know how much longer we're going to go. It is getting hot. What's the thermometer read right now? 91 in the shade, on its way up to 100 plus. So we're going to get out of here before it gets to be 100, but we'll hang out for a little while longer on Runway DFW. So thanks for watching. Thanks for watching wherever you are. We hope you will like and subscribe, because that helps us grow. It helps us find other plane spotters and aviation aficionados just like you. So that's it. We're going to see what else we can see here. Live from Runway DFW. There you are, looking at the Dallas skyline there, way off in the distance. That's the east tower, the east control tower. There are 3 towers here, one of which is no longer in use, the central tower, but the east and west towers are still active. So that's what that is. We are coming to you from DFW Founders Plaza. That picture is kind of tilted, isn't it? That's a little better. DFW Founders Plaza on the northwest side of this gigantic airport. And so we welcome you from wheresoever you may be. John Franco says, I spent 4 days this week roasting at 105-degree temperatures at the range on Fort Hood. Ugh, lots of water, yeah. Water is key. I'll be taking a drink in a minute. Oh, we have a technical question from Flugelschaft. I hope he's still with us. Hang on there, let's see. So could you please show your battery so that I can get jealous on this as well? Let me see if I can do a little handheld here from our behind the scenes at Runway DFW. I have to be able to snap it out of its mount. Ugh. Hang on there, folks. Am I doing this right? It's one of these little action cameras, and I guess the mount is supposed to snap off, and I'm not doing it right. Well, let's see if we can do this. Hang on. Okay, it's not going to be the best of shots, and there's probably going to be wires in the way. And you may not even be able to see it, but there we go. Wait. Oh, now we can do it better. I'm hand holding this, but it's attached to a tripod. There it is. There's our battery. Let me get your message out of the way here. Tech Talk on Runway DFW. This is a marine battery. It's designed to run continuously as opposed to providing instant starting power like a car battery would. It weighs about 50 pounds, and it's kept us powered up so far for 3 hours? What is the time? I've lost all track of time. Oh, there it is, 10 o'clock. So for almost 4 hours, well, actually more than 4 hours because we had plugged it in before we went on the air. So that's it there. You know, it won't recharge instantaneously. It'll probably take overnight to recharge it, but and also those orange straps there. I've got the battery weighing down the tripod just to keep it a little more stable, because it's not the heaviest of tripods. So if I've got a 50-pound battery, I might as well use that to keep things in place. So yeah, there you go. Here's our control setup. We've got this is turning out to be we've got our main computer there. We've got our iPad there for sound effects and music. We've got our that thing with a fan strapped to the top of it is our hotspot, and there's our vision mixer, as they say in the continent. It's a video switcher, and here's our audio board on a platter underneath our tripod. And look, plane spotting with no zoom lens. Propeller plane of some sort. So, well, I hope that gave you the information you were looking for, Flugelschaft. I know there are more high-tech batteries than that out there. The kind that will recharge more quickly and are more high-tech. But here in this summer heat, I guess, I know it seems like it kind of helps to have a battery that's used to being in hot conditions, like a marine battery. It's used to being in an engine compartment. So let me see if I can arrange this camera now. That was our camera that we just used. This is looking very unprofessional right now. There we go. Now, the horizon's a bit tilted there. And, okay. We should probably get back to watching airplanes, shouldn't we? TSCLEV says, have used those batteries for remote ham radio operation. They're heavy, but work great for the cost. The lithium-ion batteries of that size are incredibly expensive. Yes, that's a consideration here at Runway DFW, cost. And John Franco clicking all the boxes here: anchor, producer, director, and editor, all in one. Dakaboom saying, my God, what a setup. And Flugelschaft saying, I think some music clubs in Berlin are jealous when they see this setup. Jane saying, wow, lots of money spent there. And you know what? I don't, it's not as expensive as it looks. I mean, I have a pretty good computer here, but the rest of it is pretty low to consumer grade. But again, if you do feel the need, you can go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw and leave us a little tip for our efforts, a contribution to the cause. And Or you can just do a super chat here on YouTube. And in any event, we hope you will like and subscribe to our channel to help us out with YouTube. And YouTube, the more people, the more eyeballs we get here at YouTube, the more ad revenue we get. And we've only been getting ad revenue for about a month now, so. All right, back to the airplanes, which is what we should be doing, right? I think we are nearing the end of our broadcast day, though. Oh, look. While we've been chatting away, they've taken away the scaffolding from engine number 2 on that MD-11. There it is on the truck. They've packed it up, so I guess they've done whatever inspections they needed to do. There's the West Tower. Just for your reference, we're looking almost directly south from our position here at DFW Founders Plaza. And so over to the left of us are runways 18 left and 18 right. 18 right is the closest runway to us. That's where, generally speaking, the planes coming in on this side land, and the 18 left is used for the departures. Exclusively, but not always. I think earlier this morning we were seeing some incoming flights on 18 left. And we've got not a very big plane here coming in from Lubbock, Texas. There's a Beech 1900C coming in after about an hour flight. And this either meets or exceeds our oldest aircraft of the day. 37 years old it is. Dating back to January of 1985. So there you go, an oldie but a goodie. And we'd like to say thank you to Sam Landis, who contributes $5 on a YouTube Super Chat. Enjoy a pastry with your coffee. Enjoying the show from Galveston, Texas. And thank you so much, Sam Landis. Some more aircraft action for you here. If I can turn my camera around and punch the right button. That's American Flight 537 coming in from El Paso, and Embraer, I'm sorry, an Airbus 321. And here we have what I believe to be, well, I'm going to hold off on that because I'm not sure yet. That's American Airlines Flight 1770, 737-800, on its way to one of my favorite airport codes, FAT, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Fresno, California. Here comes a baby bus. Flight radar is not telling me from where it took off. Not even telling me where it landed, but okay. That one's coming in from Mexico City. Left just over 2 hours ago. And it will be taxiing over to Terminal D, the international terminal here at the big airport. Lots of aircraft in the sky. But why are you looking at those sheds? Why don't I give you something different to look at? I'm just kind of talking to myself now. Here comes a flight from Cancun. It's coming over on the east side of DFW Airport. It's American Airlines, if I've got it right. Gleaming in the morning sun. I don't think we're going to see any more. We might catch a glimpse of the tail, but there it goes. Here we are at DFW Airport Plaza. We've got an Embraer 145 coming in from Waco, Texas. Did I punch it up? Oh, kind of lost it in the sun there. And that's about a 30-minute flight, not a very taxing flight. What do we got there? The sound you hear behind me, I think, is, I'm not an expert about these things, but I think it's an APU, an auxiliary power unit, which one of the UPS aircraft is now got switched on. I heard the same sound a week or two ago, and one of our more expert viewers of Runway DFW let me know that that's probably what I was listening to, the sound of an APU, which powers the aircraft, it is my understanding, when shore power is not available or has been disconnected. So it's kind of like a generator. Speaking of generators, I'm happy to say that even though we've had 100-degree temperatures the last couple of weeks, haven't yet had any summer blackouts, which I was very afraid of. I still am, actually, but so far the Texas power grid is holding up in this relentless heat. Mrs. Runway DFW and I keep our thermostat at 78 degrees, which to some people sounds like that would be living in an oven. I know there's some people who like to keep their AC at 72 degrees and maybe crank it down to 68 for sleepy time. But you know, when you get used to a warmer temperature, you don't seem to mind it as much. And so even though we've got our air conditioning set to 78 degrees Fahrenheit, it's really feels quite reasonable. John Franco letting us know that those short flights from Waco and Killeen, Fort Hood only cruise at like 17,000 feet and only cruise for 3 to 5 minutes. Very busy in the cockpit, I would imagine. Oh, we've had another kind super chat coming in from Sam Landis. Did we mention that one? Well, if we did, whatever. Enjoy a pastry with your coffee, enjoying the show from Galveston. Yeah, I think we did mention his, and thank you, Sam. Just going back and making sure I got everything here. Very important to acknowledge your super chatters and your contributions. And if anybody has contributed over on streamlabs.com/runwaydfw, I haven't been able to look over there. So if you have, I will acknowledge you later. Oh, is this right? Did I miss? I think I missed Michelle RS, a $25 super chat, who said the weather has been brutal in Dallas. Love your streams, Walt. Stay cool out there. And I very much apologize for having missed that, Michelle RS, because you are one of our fantastic contributors to Runway DFW, and so I acknowledge you very much, and thank you. We have a flight coming in from Albuquerque. This is American Airlines Flight 1421, a 737-800. There it is. We have American Airlines Flight 12 2674. I think that's what it is. Anyway, it's going to John Wayne Airport, Santa Ana, California. You know, sometimes I get a little flustered with all these contributions and asking for tips and things like that. I've been in the TV news industry since 1975, and I've never been on the sales side of things. It's always been creating content. I let somebody else worry about how I'm going to get paid next week. So this business of essentially kind of selling a product, and by the way, that was American Airlines flight 1421 coming in from Albuquerque, a 737-800. And what we're hearing over here, let me just point in the direction of it. I think it's coming from this MD-11. I think they're doing some sort of test. I don't think it's their engines. They're doing something over there. We're going to check now on a United Express flight coming in from Denver. We're right over here. That was a CRJ 701ER, flight 4690, operated by SkyWest Airlines. And thank you to Vince Las Vegas. Thanks for a beautiful morning and a fun broadcast, Walt. Always a pleasure and always fun to have you with us, Vince Las Vegas. And you know, there's no admission to Runway DFW. Anybody can watch for free, but we do appreciate the extra loyal viewers of Runway DFW who favor us with a contribution to help us keep our stream going strong. As we say hello to Mick Collins from Northern England, where I'm sure it's cooler than 95 degrees centigrade, Fahrenheit. John Franco is favoring us with a quiz. An Avgi quiz, name an airline that's headquartered in Houston but has no presence there. Hint, they have crew bases in New Haven, Connecticut, Burbank, California, and Orlando, Florida. And that is a good quiz. I think he's given us the answer. I have to find it though. And John Franco gives us the answer. It's Avalo Airlines, and am I pronouncing that right? Avalo, who knows? They have plans to grow out of Orlando and New Haven. So there, that's a good quiz, and that's probably a good way to end our broadcast. We've been on the air since 6:15, and it is now 10:32, so 4¼ hours. Not our longest broadcast, but one of our longer recent ones. It's just hard to keep this going in the heat, and so I think we're going to have to call it a day from your pals here at Runway DFW. It's been great being with you, as always. It's a very pleasant way for me to spend my mornings, and I hope you got something out of it too, as I'm setting up for our final shot here. So we'll be back soon. I'm not sure. I've been contemplating. Can I speak correctly? Contemplating coming back tomorrow morning. I'll have to see how things go today, but I'll put up an alert probably about 12 hours ahead of time on the Runway DFW YouTube page. So if you're interested, and but we'll be back soon. This is another week of 100-degree plus temperatures in North Texas, all week long. So afternoon broadcasts are almost entirely out because my equipment will fry. I've tried it before. It kind of works, but then it's, I don't know. It's frustrating. So bear with us here at Runway DFW. We'll be back to more longer broadcasts and at different times of day soon, but for the time being, I think we're going to have to keep it to mornings for the most part, unless there's something really special going on. So that is it for this edition of Runway DFW. My name is Walt. I've been so happy to be with you this morning and for you to hang out with us. And we'll do it again soon, shall we? Thanks to all who participated in our chat. Special thanks to everyone who sent us a few dollars for our streaming expenses. And that's it. As we always say here at Runway DFW, happy contrails to you until we meet again, and we will soon. So see you later. Bye.